Great. Now I can look into the camera.
Il y a une ici.
Non, c'est la perte.
Ok.
Non, peut-être pas là, c'est que les livres fixes.
Oui, il n'y a que les livres.
Intéressant.
J'arrive à peu près à déchiffrer le russe, mais c'est trop petit. Là.
Oui, oui, ah oui.
J'aurais pas dû faire breton premièrement. Ça me servirait jamais.
Давайте начинать.
Let's start our forum. Until the official opening, I will the technical coordinator, facilitator of our process, because now we're in such area that it is pretty difficult because we talk to many countries at the same time. My name is Natalia Pakhadnya, and there are some technical issues that can appear during our forum. First, our forum is translated into many countries. For you to hear, to understand everything, for that we have engaged the translator. And for that, you need to choose on your screen the planet icon. Below in the menu, you have the icon translation. And you need to choose the language, where you can hear, listen to, and talk to. We have 3 languages: Russian, French, and English. Please select your, then it will all go smoothly. We will use this same link for this conference all these days. We will not change this link. Please connect to our conference, follow this link according to the time, and just select the language that is suitable for you. When you enter the sound, the tone will automatically shut off. And please, we have so many participants here. And please don't turn on the tone and just put your questions into the chat box. You can just use any language you're comfortable with. You have the moderators from Russian, French, and English side, and they will also help our moderators to read your questions aloud, and then we'll answer your question, but please use the chat window. Our conference will be also recorded in all 3 languages, and you can follow this on the YouTube channel of our forum. We will share this link with all registered participants. And at the end of every working day, you will have all the records on our official website in all languages, in all working languages. The technical part is over. Now our French colleagues will also please confirm that you got.
Pour ceux qui n'ont pas encore choisi la langue, merci de trouver en bas de votre écran l'icône du globe. Appuyez dessus et choisir la langue française. Comme ça, vous allez écouter la traduction française des intervenants russes. Donc, après avoir choisi la langue, vous pourrez donc écouter toute la conférence. N'oubliez pas que le lien que vous avez reçu reste le même pour tous les 3 jours de la conférence. Et malheureusement, les participants ne pourront pas avoir le droit de micro et de caméra. Donc, merci d'envoyer vos questions dans le chat. Vous pouvez aujourd'hui même, quand nous aurons donc la session consacrée à la vulgarisation des mathématiques, vous pourrez envoyer vos questions dans le chat, dans le langue, en français, en anglais ou en russe. Donc, les modérateurs vont recevoir vos questions et pouvoir répondre en fonction du temps disponible. Puis voilà, merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Fabrice Roulier, je suis directeur de recherche INRIA et c'est un grand plaisir pour moi d'ouvrir cette conférence sur la vulgarisation des sciences mathématiques et puis aussi sur l'enseignement des mathématiques. Alors pourquoi j'ai précisé que j'étais directeur de recherche INRIA? Parce qu'ici on est dans un institut assez fameux en France, qui est l'Institut de mathématiques de Jussieu. Et de par ma présence, j'illustre quelque part la volonté de transfert, de vulgarisation et d'enseignement d'une matière vers une autre. Et j'y suis aussi ici à un double titre, qui est aussi celui de président d'Animat, qui est une association en France qui s'occupe de vulgarisation auprès des enfants, lycéens, collégiens essentiellement, pour populariser les mathématiques. Alors, je ne vous cacherai pas que je suis un petit peu ému d'être en duplex avec de nombreux collègues et en particulier sous une organisation russe parce qu'on a une longue histoire culturelle avec la Russie. C'est aussi un haut lieu de la recherche en mathématiques et aussi en enseignement. Donc, personnellement, je suis là pour apprendre. Je voudrais m'associer à la période du moment en Russie qui est le lendemain de la journée des maîtres et des professeurs et donc célébrer avec vous et puis rendre hommage finalement à une grosse partie des participants de ce forum. J'ai à côté de moi Martin Handler qui est le fondateur de l'association Animat, à qui l'association doit beaucoup, mais surtout à qui l'organisation de cet événement ici doit en plus. Et Martin va probablement m'aider à présenter quelques personnes qui sont présentes ici.
Will help me to introduce many persons who are here because you can only see us from some distance, so it will be easier to introduce them. Martin is close to me. Martin, hello. I will also have a presentation here. I would like to introduce those who are here today, but for some sanitary reasons, there are not so many of us here because the rules are so strict. I have close to me Maxim Kontsevich. He's a mathematician. He is a Fields Award winner. He will also have one more presentation. There are also 2 representatives of the mass Russian diaspora in France. Victor Klepsin, he is in the audience. Dmitry Zhkin. They make the research in the National Center of France. Also, Mikhail Tukey, he works on some math aspects and now, yes, and how you can change the education of math subjects or in French, the teaching of math in French. Also, Andrei Vilayish, he is editor and mathematician, and he will publish in his publishing house some books. And Nikolai Bakarev, another participant, he is also a mathematician and the author of books for the promotion of math. That's it from our French side. Maybe somebody can also say a few words about the person who supported this initiative from the very beginning. Now somebody is making us a sign. Yeah, the time is going and passing, and we also we will give the time for our Russian. the catalog. Thank you. And we are based in Moscow in the Higher School of Education. We are sitting here. It's one of the central buildings. It was reserved for this meeting. Only the most daring came here. All the rest was afraid of quarantine and they stayed at home. I was already introduced our head, the dean of the math faculty of the Higher School of Economics. He will also greet the participants of the forum. Alexandra Skripchenko, maybe I can just show with a sign, maybe the camera will move. So you can see Alexandra Sergeyevna now. She will be also our speaker. Who else? We have the representatives of the organizer of our forum. This is a Penza Technological State University in person of Alexander and another person. And there are so many teachers of Moscow schools here. I can see among the participants the head of our MA programs, Mrs. Bichkova, and all other participants will introduce themselves. And Moscow University of the Mass Education will also join us a bit later, and we will introduce them when they have the floor. Thank you.
À moins qu'il faille que je reprenne la main, je pense qu'on va avoir une intervention. Ah, on ne m'entend pas? Parlez plus fort, d'accord, très bien. Je vais donc tenter de reprendre la main et fort, non?
Мы слышим перевод. Мы в Париже
Пожалуйста, переводите на русский, на
Please translate into Russian in Russian channel. I cannot hear the speaker, sorry. So just shortly, I will tell you about our today's agenda. First, we will give the floor to the representative of Trianon Dialogue, Anatoly Tarkunov, Mr. Anatoly Tarkunov. He is the co-chairman of this dialogue. Mr. Tarkunov, please. First, we will have the presentation of the Deputy Director of Россотрудничество organization. We are not used to this form, but now this we will have the greeting of Mr. Shevtsov, the Deputy Director of Россотрудничество.
Вас на открытии Международного форума популяризации математической науки и преподаванию математики. Форум задуман как площадка для обмена опытом и налаживания сотрудничества между лучшими специалистами в области преподавания и продвижения математики разных стран. Глядя на состав организаторов программного комитета и списка выступающих, трудно сомневаться, что эта цель будет достигнута. В следующем году наша страна будет впервые за долгие годы принимать Международный конгресс математиков. Это большая честь и ответственность для российского научного и образовательного сообщества, а также повод наметить новые цели, сформулировать новые задачи, осознать ценность российских образовательных традиций и, основываясь на них, двигаясь дальше, основывая новые технологии и перенимая опыт других стран. Приятно отметить, что в рамках форума будет вестись активный диалог, прежде всего с французским математическим сообществом. Франция – крупная математическая держава, давшая миру целую плеяду великих ученых. Французские образовательные традиции и опыт популяризации математики, безусловно, очень ценны и самобытны. Не менее богат опыт и интересен российских коллег. Приветствую также ученых и специалистов из других стран, присоединившихся к мероприятиям форума. Уверен, что диалог получится захватывающим, полезным для всех участников. Россотрудничество с большим удовольствием.
Извините, мы остановили запись, потому что есть проблемы
Excusez-moi, nous avons arrêté la vidéo.
переводчика на французский язык переключить канал. Мы, русская сторона, слышим французский язык. Переводчик на французский язык, переключите, пожалуйста, канал.
Федерального агентства Россотрудничества рад приветствовать вас на открытии Международного форума по популяризации математической науки и преподаванию математики. Форум задуман как площадка для обмена опытом и налаживания сотрудничества между лучшими специалистами в области преподавания и продвижения математики разных стран. Глядя на состав организаторов, программного комитета и списка выступающих, трудно сомневаться, что эта цель будет достигнута. В следующем году наша страна будет впервые за долгие годы принимать Международный конгресс математиков. Это большая честь и ответственность для российского научного и образовательного сообщества, а также повод наметить новые цели, сформулировать новые задачи, осознать ценность российских образовательных традиций и, основываясь на них, двигаясь дальше, основывая новые технологии и перенимая опыт других стран. Приятно отметить, что в рамках форума будет вестись активный диалог, прежде всего с французским математическим сообществом. Франция – крупная математическая держава, давшая миру целую плеяду великих ученых. Французские образовательные традиции и опыт популяризации математики, безусловно, очень ценны и самобытны. Не менее богат опыт и интересен российских коллег. Приветствую также ученых и специалистов из других стран, присоединившихся к мероприятиям форума. Уверен, что диалог получится захватывающим, полезным для всех участников. Россотрудничество с большим удовольствием и не случайно оказало поддержку этой инициативе. Ведь цель работы агентства – содействовать развитию диалога между российскими и зарубежными организациями, учеными и специалистами. Мы убеждены, что такой диалог обогащает, помогает не только реализовать амбициозные проекты, но и повысить уровень взаимопонимания, взаимного доверия и уважения. Рассчитываем, что эта встреча будет не последней, что диалог между участниками продолжится и далее, уже в виде совместных проектов, вовлекая все новых и новых учителей, ученых, популяризаторов, писателей, а также школьников, студентов и их родителей. Желаю всем участникам и организаторам, гостям форума успешной и плодотворной работы.
Merci beaucoup.
Спасибо большое. Это
La semaine. Je crois que sur le
Such nice words that have been voiced now. Next, on our agenda, we have a we have the presentation of the Cultural Council of the French Embassy. I can see him in Zoom on the screen. He's the Deputy Director of the French Institute in Moscow. Gilles. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, For me, this is a pleasure to be here today with you. And in the name of French Embassy, I am glad to welcome you here. First of all, I would like to welcome this initiative under the auspices of Russian and French chair leadership in the name of Trianon Dialogues, because this topic is very relevant to me, and this is really necessary and very important and essential topic for us, because we need to take into consideration the dynamic exchange between the students, researchers, and scientists regarding our both countries, because we have so many joint publications of both Russian and French researchers. France has accumulated a big expertise in the field of math. I may remind you about the more than 12 fields awards that have been granted to our researchers. And it's a nice news, pleasant news, that today we are not talking at this forum not only about any disputes, but we are talking about real cooperation between the communities of Russian and French research. There brilliant results of Russian colleagues there are well known, and I think the dialogue should be useful for all the communities, Russian and French community, for Russian and French population, also for young generation, because the topic of this conference is turning around the teaching of young people. And this agenda is very busy, and this is a proof for it. It's an honor for us to support this forum and also to support all that initiatives with numerous scholarship of French government that we grant to young researchers. And I want you to know that we will support you always in this regard. I wish you fruitful and fascinating constructive work today for the benefit of the Russian and French mathematicians. We will celebrate 30 years of cultural agreement between our two countries in the nearest future. Yes, but I think the story of our interaction is much more longer than just 30 years. And we wish many fruitful years for our Russian-French mathematical cooperation. The Embassy of France will always be close to you. Thank you for your invitation. It's a pleasure for us to be supportive for you. Thank you.
De l'organisation et puis de tout cet événement. Dès maintenant, aux scientifiques, à commencer par la médaille Fields.
So we have completed the official part, and now we would like to give the floor to Stanislav Smirnov.
Smirnov qui doit être en ligne.
And he is the co-chairman of the International Congress of Mathematicians from St. Petersburg. He's the member of the program committee. Stanislav Smirnov, the floor is yours.
C'est traduit simultanément, donc,
I don't know which language to prefer. You may choose any. Okay, I prefer French. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear guests, I didn't manage to come in person to the venue of the conference, and the travels around the world are being resumed, but it's my honor and privilege to take part in your conference, and France has long-term traditions of cooperation in the sphere of science, and that's a really long story of cooperation between countries, and in particular, in the University of St. Petersburg and other institutions, we've been tackling quite a number of projects of various kinds, and a number of researchers took part in these studies, in these exchanges, and that's a wonderful opportunity for cooperation at the level of the universities. We may learn a lot from one another, and at our level, we may do it quite successfully, but we have to go on working in that direction. And the revolution in the science and technology is underway, and it's really essential to popularize science in a larger and a broader context. And it's a good thing if vaccination really works well. People should not say no to vaccination. Thus, we may actually hold pandemic, but it's not something which should be decided at the level of mathematicians. That all goes on to the context of biology. And if we work together successfully in this field, we somehow may overcome all those problems and challenges, and thus we may get together at one place, not in the Zoom, probably attend the International Congress of Mathematicians in St. Petersburg. And hereby, we see the advertisement of this Congress, and we may talk about the problems of popularization of maths, and we may have a chance to get together in St. Petersburg. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. The conference in Zoom is something which is our reality today, but let's give the floor to Maxim Kontsevich. He is the Nobel laureate holder, and he is the teacher and instructor of the Institute of Maths.
Который 40 лет, 40 с чем-то лет назад это было. Это далекое прошлое. Значит, во-первых...
First and foremost, we do remember the journal Quantum. And from the very start, I had all the publications, just a whole collection of works within 70s or 80s. That's the best ever the best of the best journal, and that's the heritage of UNESCO. And this is real what we appreciate in the field of science and technology. And also we had the system of clubs. And as of the year, as of my green years, maybe from 13, we started attending the mathematical classes in the secondary school. From 14 to 16, we actually attended these classes, and this system was really wonderful. And I was absolutely fully prepared at this school for the studies in the university. Especially, I was fully prepared for the first course of the university. So there were various mathematical classes. On the one hand, the Kolmogorov and Infant were the organizers of these classes. And Nikolai Nikolaevich Satin was another organizer of that initiative. And he set up and was the founder of the system of such classes in St. Petersburg and in Moscow. And also, we had some contests, Olympiads, and various tasks to fulfill. And I do remember one of them. And I'm going to talk about this assignment. Just let's imagine the round form, round shaped tart, and you turn it all upside down, and again turn it upside down, and do it periodically. And that was one of the assignments. And then it has become a more complicated one. And it has become a part of my research. And it has become really the basic task for me. And then we organized contests. And what was so good about the system of mathematical classes? Who were the teachers? The teachers were like a self-producing system. Originally, there were serious mathematicians, but then they started like self-producing one another. And actually, those who were the graduates of that classes became later the students, and then they came back to that school, just training of the trainers and the trainees. And that's how it all happened. The quantum journal, in conditions of perestroika, has been re-edited 1,000 times. Yes, this is my short story to deal with. Yes, it was a very interesting story. Yeah, these are our distinguished colleagues, and I would like to give the floor to Andre, who contributed a lot onto the organization of this event. And he is the president of the Animat Association. And now I would like to give the floor to my distinguished colleague, and he is going to dwell upon this subject in more detail. I have a PowerPoint presentation to share with you, and we are talking about my core interest in that conference. And be a part of this conference. Mathematics in Russia has a long-term tradition. It's a fantastic story, I should say. And let me say from the outset that I'm going to talk about math in Russia and what is going now in Russia and the state-of-the-art situation. And what happened in the past in Russia, what happened at the time of the Soviet Union, and what's going on nowadays. And moreover, I'm going to discuss the situation of in the CIS countries. Those who work together in unity and cohesion, and they were the father founders of the wonderful tradition for research. And I should say to once again reiterate the names of various researchers and concepts we were dealing with. It didn't take too much of my time to reiterate all these exclusive personalities. So I would like to see that there is some kind of inequality seen here of Koshlinian and Litinian, but they all contributed a lot onto our science. And that was a real phenomenon to spell out. And I'm going to talk about a quite number of Russian mathematicians and their influence on the European science. Yes, this is a really significant influence dating back from the 19th century. And let's start from the period which is closer to the modern one. The influence of the Russian maths onto the French mathematics was really substantial. I'm talking in general as to how it all happened in the past. And that was really a serious influence, serious contribution of the Russian mathematical science onto, and Kolmogorov influenced the French school of probability, and Paul Lévy actually collaborated with Kolmogorov and other specialists within the framework of the probability theory. And the contribution of Kirillov was great, real great for the French science. And I'm talking about the state-of-the-art situation with maths in Russia and France. But if we have a look at the statistics and assess it, as of 2016, we had 18 laureates in Russia. And moreover, as to France, you see it in here, 10 plus 3, we mean those specialists who position themselves as Frenchmen, but got the education in other countries. And anyway, they were all put onto the upper level. And these countries gained all the awards and prizes in that field. And you see that 7 fields of medals were given to Russia and France, and only 2 to the United States. And there were 8 altogether. And as there were specialists from other countries. So Russia, Ukraine, and France contributed a lot in terms of the number of laureates at the global level. And I'm not going to give you detailed statistics on that score, but you may see that in general, 2 countries are dominating. Russia, Ukraine, Latvia, and I should say that the majority of laureates coming from other countries were educated in Russia and Ukraine. And actually, it's a key message where people got their education. And as you see, these countries are far ahead the United States, for example. Because in the United States, they cannot educate their local mathematicians. They invite international specialists as hosts, and thus it is really worth it to mention that Russia has a very original and interesting tradition for education, and regional compared to the French system. So we have some kind of a different understanding as to how organize the educational process. People of my generation came across very serious criticism of Vladimir Pogolny, and indeed, he actually didn't treat us seriously. Well, when he found out that the education in the sphere of math is gained in France. It's also worthy to mention that in Russia, we have the preschool education of in the sphere of mathematics. And the first Olympiads took place back in 1934, 1935 in Leningrad and Moscow. And the first City Olympiad took place in 1961. And in France, only back in the 2000 plus, all these Olympiads were organized. Originally, they were held as the national ones. And moreover, back in the 30s, the mathematical clubs or circles were organized. And just over the past time, this tradition has been reinstituted, and we are very much interested in that. And we're talking about some additional supplementary classes for students in that sphere. So those circles or clubs and actually extracurricular classes have become very popular. And this kind of optional or facultative classes. And the students were very much interested that they were offered some additional education this way. And finally, the journals on maths like quantum started to be published, and it was founded back in the 70s, and some articles from that journal were published in France as well. It also contributed to the popularization of mathematics. And the serious universities also set up their new approaches as how to promote maths as a science. And probably it will be worthy to mention, give another example, that is of the mathematician Kolmogorov. But though not all the traditions are fully supported nowadays, thank you so much. And Russian math in France is very popular, and we have some technical problems nevertheless, but let me give the floor to the next speaker. We will pass the floor to Alexandra Skripchenko, and she will dwell upon.
And she will tell us about. She will tell us about her ideas.
Rồi, em phải chọn đề tài à? Được chọn giáo hay là sao? Không có ạ. Em chọn đề tài hay thì được chọn giáo hay sao? Hay là được phân công giáo?
I don't know what is going on. Let's try again. Thank you for your invitation. Now I will just make myself comfortable. Thank you for your invitation. For me, it's a big honor to be here in such audience. And basically, it was a temptation when I was notified about the topic I'm going to talk about something. I just wanted to dive into my personal experience because in my own biography, France and maths played a big role. But when I just continued to talk about it, then I realized that among my colleagues at my faculty, there are so many persons with the same background. France has become for many big scientific tourism country, and in most cases there are some authors who the most popular beloved authors who live there, and there are also important landmarks for many of my colleagues that are also associated with France. Now we miss this possibility to travel to France, to talk to our French colleagues and to work on some math topics together. But I will now talk not about that, but on some other issues. There are two short videos or suggests that have, and these persons have been already mentioned. First is Nikolai Uzin. He comes first, also chronologically. He is a very important person for the development of the Russian math school. He was born in Tomsk region, and then he entered the Moscow University in 1905 with student rights. He was just excluded from the university for a time, and then he went to France, and then he started to teach math there, and he left so many proofs that this experience has turned his conscience upside down. This understanding of the modern math, how the scientists should work with the students, how they should think, and so forth. He was very lucky with his community because he could attend to the lecture Fonterre, and he knew Monte and other famous persons. After that, he came back to Russia, and he was very different from other people, and he brought new ideas from Moscow Math School. Then he graduated from the university, and after that he went abroad for some more years, for postdoc, as you would say now. And this postdoc was in Göttingen, but most it was in Paris, where he could talk to the prominent French mathematicians. First is of them Lufthansa, and then he also was shaped as a mathematician during that time. It was his first scientific paper that expanded his views, and when he came back to Russia, he organized a seminar for students and all the prediction theory and the functional analysis and many other sections of math have originated there because the students were involved into this work from the first year at the university. We already saw those people in the previous presentation. There are Mr. Kormagorov, Alexandrov, and many others. Many of those people already published their first very deep scientific works, and mostly they were published in the French magazines, and Nikolaevich helped their students to write these papers in French language because so they could be involved into the world scientific agenda that it was first defined by the French researchers. And one of these prominent mathematicians that could change our science and to the he could also direct the mass in this area. And despite of the Iron Curtain, many students could spend quite a lot of time in Paris and also learn from their colleagues. And all these prominent people had their always anthem, and Liebig was like a god there. I think this is also a good illustration for a major role of French math and the role it played for the shaping of Russian math. But talking about the creation, formation of math, not only as of something abstract science, but also of the school subject. So we need to say that such prominent persons, for example, Nikolai Kolmogorov, afterwards they made a lot to promote the math teaching and to create the Soviet, Russian and Russian math education, school education as we know it. And by no means the start in understanding how to build the scientific school and how to work with the youngsters and also with students was also based on the interaction with Nikolai, who also learned a lot from French colleagues. And the second story, just shortly, is associated with Vladimir Arnold. I think many from the audience know that about the scientific interests of Arnold. They were dictated by, for example, three bodies goal and about the tuning of the circles and further classification. And in many respects, it's also associated with the work that was mentioned by Maxim Kontsevich just lately. This is a big story because it started with Poincaré when he started to work on the three bodies task. And then it was just solved not gradually. And between different stages of this solution has been many years, like breakthrough of Mr. Arnold. After that, we had the works of Hermann and Jean-Christophe Nicose that they somehow conclude this circle. And this is a bright story, how the mass task will just travel between different countries and will change the consciousness of many mathematicians who work in different countries. And Mr. Arnold was not only the follower of Poincaré, how he named himself the second natural mathematician after Poincaré, and he was also the first editor of the works of Poincaré into Russian language. So he had to make a lot of organizational efforts to overcome the political unwillingness of his management, so publish 3 volumes of Poincaré. So the achievements of this great French scientist could become familiar for Russian mathematicians. As a conclusion, I would like to mention our math faculty, and it's closely with many French universities and institutes at different levels. We also have a program of student exchange, and I hope in just 100 years somebody will tell you a story about one of my students that once he became a prominent mathematician thanks to the student exchange, so he could travel to France and explore his scientific potential to the full thanks to this French scholarship. I hope the discussion will continue the same dynamic way like it was before, and I wish success to all the participants of this forum. Thank you. Now we start with general presentation, and maybe we will just maybe we'll give the floor to the representative of the Center of the Continuous Teaching of Math, and give the floor to the representative of the center. I think I might have confused all the names. Now, Mr. Yashchenko, you have the floor. Now, yes, we give the floor to Mr. Yashchenko.
D'accord. On peut aussi inverser, hein, éventuellement. Bon, qu'il fasse la tour des malins avec les mots, parce que le mien est imprononçable aussi en général.
Организаторы конференции, впустите, пожалуйста, Ивана Валерьевича Ященко в конференцию.
Now, our next speaker is still waiting in the waiting room. We need to admit him to our conference so he can have his presentation. Ivan, you have the floor now. Dear colleagues, I am glad to welcome all of you. We have already said so many important and good, nice words about the math and math education in both Russia and France. I would like to contribute to this topic as follows. I have one extracurricular activity in one of the Russian schools, and people think that there's two separate math educations, mathematics educations, and another is like elite education. But I think all people are talented, and we have to convey to each child a feeling of the math, so the child could just realize his or her talents. Now we have more and more affordable technologies, and I'm sure this will be a happy story, and our event will help us to exchange some experience and to apply many findings we already have in both of our countries. In Moscow, we have one project, Math Vertical. More than 2/3 of Moscow schools are involved into it. This is the program of deep teaching close to the home of a child. We try to give every child the possibilities to have a feeling that the math is so fascinating, but the basic subject of math should also be affordable, because each child should have the right to learn the math at the level that is affordable and accessible for it. So each child should have the possibilities to cope with it, to manage it, not only advanced children. Of course, our curriculums now undergo some changes, like in many countries, but we still need to remember that to learn math, it's hard, like all the subjects at school, but we need to make this process fascinating. So I wish to all the participants the interesting today's event, because we all love the math, and I hope after that even more school children in both our countries will love math even more.
Nous allons terminer cette série de présentations.
Thank you. Now we will conclude our greeting part. We have one more presentation in this section. This is the Vice President of Moscow Independent University.
Je vois pas, par contre, sur le...
Oui.
Ah, d'accord, ok. Il a clignoté.
Ah oui.
Pour l'invitation à ce forum consacré à
Thank you part in this mathematical forum. Despite the physical distance between Russia and France, especially our cooperation is even more interesting. I mean, the area of math.
Dont la carrière mathématique débuta de manière, comment,
because the career of the mathematics, my career has started in the town of Saratov, and so and this cooperation is going on. It starts many generations ago. For example, we had so many great representatives of it already. And
assez longtemps en France.
We have also different scientific associations in the area of math.
Et à la Seconde Guerre mondiale, la coopération au niveau.
Sorry, we have some problems because the translators from French cannot hear the original tone. There are some technical issues. So we have so many representatives in the area of math from both Russia and France.
Jusqu'à maintenant, j'ai parlé seulement des
Sorry, there's no translation because of technical issues from French. They have the joint scientific cooperation and joint research between our countries in the area of math, and there are also some renowned persons that we should be proud of.
Due à Jules Ferry, avait atteint son plus haut niveau et la dégradation catastrophique actuelle n'avait pas encore commencé. C'est à cause des aléas stomatiques mouvementés et pour des raisons politiques que ma carrière de chercheur fut interrompue. Et pour une quinzaine d'années, j'ai travaillé dans l'enseignement et la popularisation des maths en tant qu'éditeur de la revue Quant, dont on a parlé aujourd'hui. Après la perestroïka, je suis revenu à la recherche et j'ai eu l'honneur d'être le premier directeur du laboratoire franco-russe Poncelet à Moscou, sans pour autant abandonner la popularisation des maths. Au premier congrès mathématique européen à Paris, en l'année 2000, j'ai présidé le débat sur le thème de la popularisation des mathématiques. Je compte parler de toutes ces questions après-demain. Pour conclure, je souhaite à tous les participants un forum intéressant et informatif, et surtout un suivi qui serait une contribution de chacun d'entre nous au rapprochement culturel franco-russe autour des mathématiques, aujourd'hui et demain. Merci de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons donc conclure cette cérémonie d'ouverture.
Now we will close our opening section. Thank you for all our presenters.
Assez agréable à suivre depuis l'endroit où nous sommes. J'espère qu'il en est de même pour vous. À titre personnel, j'aime beaucoup ce mélange chercheur, enseignement, périscolaire et puis l'envie
I like very much how it all works and who are present here. And everyone should get adapted and learn on their own. And after the forum, we have to provide monitoring, which is really substantial in the association of Animat. And good luck, and I think we'll get together pretty soon. Thank you.
Aurélien, donc voilà, c'est la main, c'est Aurélien qui est le modérateur de la prochaine.
Aurélien is the moderator of our future session. Professor Aravan Adliayes from the Lyon High School, and I would like to give the floor to Aurélien. And Aurélien, you will be a moderator of our upcoming session. Aurélien, Alvarez, and Konstantin Knop, they will be the co-moderators of our future session. Good afternoon, everybody. And I guess you do follow me. It's my honor and privilege to be here with us. And thank you for coming. And we have quite a number of people to attend us. We have 6 attendees to the roundtable discussion, and they are going to represent various topics. And there will be 3 French and 3 Russian speakers, and we will give the floor to everyone, 10 minutes for each. And further on, after their discussion, we will have another list of speakers. It will be an hour and a half, and then 30 minutes will be allocated for discussion. This is our agenda. Please do not hesitate to put your questions in the agenda, and myself and Konstantin will be more than happy to answer them and address them. And the first speaker is going to speak Russian. Konstantin, will you introduce yourself? Hello, everybody. I'm going to dwell upon some movies dedicated to maths. And Ekaterina, she is the director of various movies, and she's going to have a say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here, and I need a presentation to be downloaded.
Получается, да, я просто
Can you hear me? And I don't see whether my presentation is in here.
Удается сделать, чтобы...
Okay, is it in here? You have to open the screen on your device.
Я сделала запрос на share screen.
I have request for share screen. It doesn't work. I don't know. I don't know why.
Сейчас попробуем разобраться.
Ничего страшного. Я хочу просто пару слов рассказать.
Let me say a few words about my expertise. And I try to create films about mathematicians and about maths. And already the movie is the visual art, and maths is a part of the intellectual activity. It could hardly be visualized. And thus, it all happened several years ago when I was asked to see the film, to shoot the film about mathematicians, and Maxim was the first hero of that film. And we jointly with my colleagues didn't expect a success of that story. And our community had a serious request to have a movie like that. and it was shot in 2012. And every week I get requests for movies of that sort. It was translated into 18 languages altogether, and I think I will send a link onto that movie and more detailed information on that. So after we finished this film, Sensitive Mathematicians, it was called, and the technical university mathematicians from Berlin asked me to take part in the project on the popularization of maths, on discrete nature of maths. And the first movie gives us a story as to how the team of mathematicians has started working. It was called the discrete shape of geometry. And then we shot Had Happened Soon, and we tried to put together the mathematicians, and we wanted to have a distance between mathematicians and other people. And we wanted our scientists to talk about their achievements, and various artists had to follow what we were talking about and create something out of it. And the result was quite an unexpected one. And I think it's a wonderful story, and it shows a real great difference between the comprehension of the world Had Happened So, and we then created another story about George Cantor, but it is only visible in German language, and I cannot translate it into other languages. So we have all the rights onto the educational market. So part of our movies were shot in St. Petersburg, but definitely we had to translate it from German into other languages. And another story is called The Space of Lobachevsky. Just recently it saw the light. Already we had a premiere in Russia, but no longer it was visible at the global contest. And it's called Space of Lobachevsky. And we actually, I'm talking about the Nobel Prize laureates, the portraits of them, and it's my honor and privilege to be in touch with such wonderful people as the laureate, the prize winners. And we altogether found some way to shape up the portraits of these people. And what we also try to do and to popularize it in YouTube and other social platforms. And thus we, with the help of video, try to describe as to how to settle some mathematical assignment. And this is a part of the educational process, but we also try to put it in the domain of the creative art and in the movie houses, and they are also watched in the universities. So we have maths and have some kind of a creative part. And to what extent it may be full of serious maths plus other facts, it's another interesting story. But we try to be left at the level of the cinematography rather than other areas. But people are inspired to be a part of that movie, and thus we provoke people this way. And now we're talking about another story. We try to show you the movie to all the members of that forum. These are mathematical jumps around the world. And this is a new culture for Russia, a culture which arrived to Russia. And this is a system of mathematical circles and clubs. And I think we will see a more detailed story on that movie. We have 45 minutes and 20 minutes, two versions. And I will show you the link. And thus it will be accessible to all of you up to tomorrow's evening. And the French participants may watch it as well. Arts German French channels are going to show Mediatek's, are going to use Mediatek's platform. But by the law of Russia, we have to get a special certificate to be eligible to distribute this movie, Mathematical Jumps Around the World. And now I would like to say a few words about a news story. That's not a movie, that's a project. It's underway, and we have Two Surfaces of Happiness. That's the name of the movie. And the key idea of this film is, and it's going to be divided into three parts. And the first is the surveillance over the process of the Berlin mathematicians. They have to resolve the classical task. So far, it hasn't been yet published. I think it's coming in a few days. Maths had Bonnet assignment. To resolve, we have a unique material, how we monitor this process and kept track of that. We would like to talk about Bonnet and Dorbeau. The ideas of Dorbeau played a very serious and significant role for the resolution of this classical assignment. And I discovered a very interesting aspect. Dorbeau has 4 volumes in French, but it was not translated into English. But several years ago, it was published in Russian, in Ijevsk. It's a very strange story, and the heroes of that movies just took the French book and manually translated certain things, as it was absolutely indispensable for them. And we are going to create this film in the future. We're going to look at the partners in France. And alongside this story, we try also to highlight the story of the Russian maths. Novikov, Kirillov were a part of this process, and the other speakers will be here with us. And we're looking forward to find some French partners and to give an overview of the French maths of the 19th century, specifically about Bonnet. That is actually all for my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. And in the general chat, I'm going to show you the links onto our clips. Yes, already people are interested in that. And everyone is somewhat excited, and they would like to know more about you. And please do not forget to put this link in the chat. Orléan, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. After those movies and their overview, and you put your questions, and let me discuss some kind of an expertise around the dissemination of information in the journals. And Julie Cahen is going to dwell upon it. He is the founder of the Tangent journal, very famous in France. Gilles, are you with us? Gilles?
Bon, j'ai l'impression qu'il n'est plus parmi nous.
Gilles, looks like Gilles is not here with us.
Bon, alors dans ce cas, je propose de...
Okay, then I would like... Okay, he's here with us. Gilles, thanks God you are here. I'm so sorry. Internet was interrupted for 3 times at the very beginning. Okay, I'm here with you. And I've been there for quite a long time. Okay, we may give the floor to you. I didn't understand pretty well. What about the screen to be shared? Yes, you just press the button, share the screen. Okay, I'm going to open it up. Okay, sounds good. Yes, I would like to share my screen with you. It says deactivated. Konstantin, could you be helpful? I didn't switch off anything.
Également pour moi, c'est désactivé, hein, donc je peux pas le projeter non plus.
But I cannot see this.
Pardon?
I can show it at my screen, at my own screen.
Alors, attendez. Je vais
Nous,
encore
de notre côté,
essayer.
quand on...
Ah, ça y est, on
Okay.
dirait.
Okay.
Je sais pas si c'est moi ou
Now here it is.
quelqu'un d'autre. Non, c'est pas moi. Alors, attendez, je vais regarder.
I don't know whether it was my fault or not that I switched off the screen. Sorry, I cannot share your screen with you.
Ah si, attendez. Là, je vois.
I see that this function is switched off.
Est-ce que là, vous le voyez?
Okay.
C'est bon?
Très bien, merci.
Voilà.
Can you hear it now?
Voilà. Eh bien, écoutez,
Can you see it now? Yes. Wonderful. I'm happy to be a part of your wonderful forum, and I represented this journal, Tangent. It all started in 1987 when mathematics indeed was in great need of various initiatives. That was the period for maths, which was an awful period for us. The professors were not prepared for that situation. And if we want to teach maths, a special education was necessitated. And also we had some new students in France, but there was some kind of games and strategies and chronicles of Martin Gardner, who was a real distinguished personality at this point of time. We had the French Journal for the Sake of Science, and they disseminated various tasks, assignments, and there was a great necessity in the popularization of maths. And at this point of time, some contests in Alsace and Limousin in the center were organized, international championship on the mathematical games. And also we had some small-sized journals, Little Archimede, Blood, Paradrome of Jean-Pierre Houdin, and all these activists decided to get together and create something real substantial, real significant. And that's how it all happened in the past. This is the first publication, and before this journal saw the light, we already had more than 1,000 subscribers due to the actions of our players. And so we started working together, and we were guided by a very serious policy. And within 13 years, we decided to take a risk and disseminate it. And it was seen in kiosks. And why is it available now, not only for the subscribers. We decided to enhance the audience due to the new message of popularization of maths. And quite a number of articles were presented here. I would like to tell you a little bit later about these stories. And maths is a part of the global picture. We do not have a mathematical ghetto and some kind of a standalone subject. And you cannot say that I'm a good mathematician, but the rest is not that good. No, we have to work together. All the disciplines are learned together, and math cannot be split from other disciplines. And it's just a new dimension in the analytics. It could be a scientific and economic aspect. It could be arts, history, or politics. And the math is a part of the entire culture. And frankly speaking, it's actually a great honor and predominance and the advantage to be a champion of maths. And thus you may understand the world better. This is just a picture which I made 30 years ago, showing these magicians.
You can see these fairies. These fairies are our different columns: the bridges, the actions, the tasks, the stories, and the knowledge. And the bridge means one section. It's all about the math and the art. Math and art, literature, music, they are all interconnected. And I will tell you a story what did we do to promote it. One more section, the action. This is the math in today's world, the economics, politics, and everyday life, because you need the math in your everyday life. And another section, the games and other tasks, because we work on math and we play with it, but because the math will help you to be a good player when you play chess or bridge. For that, you need to have a profound knowledge of math. Another section is the history. This is a wonderful section. And I appeal to teachers of math because you need to tell your people the story about the math. It will change everything. For example, we will tell you about some theorems, about some mathematical definitions, and they just need to learn it by heart, but they don't understand it. But if you change your story and say that many now mathematicians could not put it into action many years and hundreds, and then they will feel with you. So you need to tell them the story of the math. You need to tell them about the great personalities in the math that promoted the mathematical science, that created some concepts and the definitions. You see, for example, the Pictolier, but there are also many more of them. Another section, knowledge. There are also so good content in the math, and you need to underscore it. It's also essential. And just learning something by heart, we are against it. We need to teach math without just learning it by heart. How do we achieve it? You see the article where we tell about some concepts of teaching, about some topics, but at a certain period of time, you need to switch to some technical issues. But with that, we just put it aside and we use the comments option in the frame, and we direct the attention of the reader to this comment. But of course, you need to read the article very deeply and in all details. We also have another section in our magazine, maybe you know it. It's the title of the section is My Thesis in Just 3 Minutes, and we created another similar section the thesis in tangent. So here you can just convey some information in a nutshell. We also have some reviews here. Every 2 months, we have a new edition. You see, to the left, you see the number 200. We have already published a magazine number 200. And it brings you back to the 30 years of our existence. We also have some additional publications and digital versions. This is a unique version because each magazine is like, it's not only PDF document, it's like interactive platform. We also have a library, Tangente. This is the most beautiful library worldwide. I mean, the art. This is just wonderful and surprising. What else do we have? We have 2 types of books in our library. Of course, dedicated on math, some functions, some research, the application of the math. Sorry, there's no translation. Yeah, we have great and motivated team. You can see several faces of our team. I will not just dwell on it because so we have also well-known persons in our team, and they write something. Our organizational committee, they have their meeting twice a year. But lately, of course, because of the pandemic, it has been shifted to the digital form. It's obvious. What else? We have tangent education. We have a new magazine every 3 months dedicated on the teaching of math. And this is an additional magazine to support the extracurricular activities, the laboratories, everything around the school education in the senior group. We also started one more initiative with the title of Literamat. This is a fascinating book on the math. Books, you can, the libraries can buy them. They are meant from different levels, from the first grade up to the final grade. So this is our idea with the title of Literamat, literature plus math, Literamas. In this way, we promote the culture and interdisciplinary education. We also have different events. We have Tangent Club. This is an association that we have founded, and we also organize. We have the Tangent Award for the books, and another award is for senior graders, and another award is for the best publications. And the senior graders will select themselves the best mathematicians among pupils, and they will get this award. We also support any events that have something to do with the math. And what else is so important? The math continue its its walk around the globe. 200 magazines have been published 2021, as I mentioned before. Now I want to show you something, to show you this Jubilee magazine. It's somewhere here. Or maybe we will share with you the link, but I just want to demonstrate this magazine in person. Could you stop sharing my screen, because otherwise I cannot do it myself. I need to figure out how to do it. I have just forgot. I need to press the green button somewhere below the screen. All right, I did it. I stopped sharing my screen, and now I'm demonstrating to you this Jubilee magazine. Why is it so unusual? It has a double cover, as you see. And what is even more wonderful is that we we spend so much attention on the mathematical art. And at the end, we have an attachment, like a school book. It's all about the mathematical art subjects. You can just put it on the wall like poster. For example, this is one artist from Venice, and we have just published the whole edition, another magazine to celebrate the story of the math in the art. Tangente is only in French language. So if you like to have it in Russian, we will welcome it, and we will be glad to discuss it. Who is our next presenter? Yes, now we will give the floor to our second speaker. I just wanted to say a few words about Gilles' presentation. I want to join and to share his opinion. This is Tangente Library is the best mathematical library in the world. I happened to learn to know about it several years ago. I don't speak French, but it was a great impression that I can just feel and touch a piece of art that was just made with so much passion and love. Now the story goes on about the Russian books. We have a great award with the title Просветитель, Enlightener. It's not only about mathematical books, but for all promotional books. And one of the prize award winners in the past will share with us information about this award. Dmitry, you have the floor. Now I will share my screen with you. Well, first of all, what I need to say, I was not the award winner. I have just I was participating in this, but from another side. I was in the jury and I was in the selection, so-called selection committee. Now I will start the timer, so I don't go deep, and so I don't say too much unnecessary things. That's my approximate agenda for my presentation, and I start with the book that has never been awarded with this prize, and it could not happen. But to some extent, it's an ideal candidate for the idea of this award. And it also demonstrates us for us organizers of what we would like to see. This is one of the latest books by Vladimir Arnold with the title Mathematical Understanding of the Nature, or you could interpret it like the math with some stupid pictures. You can see one of these pictures from this book, and there are so many other pictures in the book. I will dwell on one of the pictures later on, I hope so. But for now, I would like to say the following. This year, we had one similar book. It was titled The Math with Stupid Pictures, and it entered the short list, and it will be also in the final selection that we will have in November. I will show some extracts from this book. It's just talking about the math in a broad cultural context. What is good, what is attractive for the organizers of the award is that the math is the math, but we still have life, normal life. And actually, we cannot understand our life without the math, the structure, how it's all functioning. And as the math opens us very essential prospects and perspectives, so we can just understand the life by means of the math. And these are the stupid pictures from this book, from the original English version. And there are so many in this book. Now, There are two books, and now I will change the topic and talk from my personal experience with this award. For the first, I happened to hear about this award 2010. This great person, Vladimir Uspensky, had become one of the prize winners. He was awarded Grand Prix in the nomination the natural sciences. And in this picture, actually, you can see Vladimir himself and his words. That I think that this prize for me was a mistake, because he was deeply concerned the math is not a natural science, but somebody from the audience said they are natural and exact sciences. Then he said, yes, okay, I agree to accept this prize, because the math is not only an exact science, but it's the only exact science. But you could also just bring it into the area of the humanities. And this is his book, why he received this award. But it was published after Vladimir Andreevich has become the prize winner of Просветитель Award. You can see the cover of this book here, and some more chapters have been added into this book. For example, the introduction. I think the introduction was the consequence of his discussion during the prize award ceremony. In this introduction, with the name of the mathematical and the humanitarian, I forgot the Russian version, but it was all about overcoming the barriers. And in this introduction, there are not barriers, actually, but Vladimir Andreevich was explaining in the introduction why he thinks that the math is much more belonging to the humanities and not to the natural sciences. And of course, Vladimir would disagree with him, and I suppose they had so many subjects already. But this dichotomy of natural and humanitarians goes on. And I think now we have the time when we can say the following about this Просветитель Award. The enlighteners and the spies, because the Просветитель Award has been created by the Dynasty Foundation, organized by Dmitry Zimin. He is a well-known Russian entrepreneur, and he has created some anti-rockets facilities, and he created the first satellite and mobile phone network in the Soviet times. And then he has nearly retired. He just stopped his everyday activities, how to organize something, and he didn't have to look after his company anymore. And then started to he went into the charity work, and he created this foundation Dynasty 2001 with a broad agenda. He supported the scientific enlightenment and the promotion of the science in very diverse topics. 2008, he established the Просветитель Prize in two nominations, natural and the humanities, and some special awards that are awarded nearly each year since that. 2015, Dmitry Zimin was awarded a prize for the loyalty to science for his activities as a head of this foundation. But the same year, 2015, this Dynasty Foundation was recognized as a foreign agent, and after long disputes, Dmitry failed to prove his loyalty to Russian ideals. In 2016, the foundation has been shut down, and some programs of Dmitry still exist, but I think they are gonna stop. And what will be left? Only Просветитель Award. So far, regarding these просветительные awards, we still have some arrangement and the consent of Dmitry himself and other leaders who support this award. There are some agreements that this просветитель award will still be awarded. And it's not only a prize. It's not a big amount of money, but it's also the support for the publishing houses. The books that get this просветитель prize are being distributed across Russian libraries. The authors of these books then give some lectures, and organize some festivals. So we see the broad scales of different activities associated with this prize. Coming back to another topic, the classification problem of the sciences. This is the old story, and I love this story because, generally speaking, what is so wrong about the classification? This problem emerged in the 17th century in the era of scientific revolution, and one of the authors of the current classification of how you classify the sciences. This author has the name Leibniz. He was a librarian, and of course, he had also a practical assignment how to put the books on the shelves, how to arrange them. He also participated in the organization of some events when he had to organize the work at school. And of course, we have some universities and faculties, and you need to organize the educational process, curriculum somehow.
Или что-то такое другое, они уходят.
These discussions go back and they reach us. Go back to the roots of the process and they reach us. I've shown the press release, the newsletter of just 2 weeks of age, and that is the short list for the 14th prize of просветитель. We have 2 nominations for natural science and also humanitarian science and precise.
В ней,
and I should say
одна книга чисто биологическая.
One book is fully dedicated to biology and 3 are dedicated to medicine.
Ну и, собственно, я здесь
and hereby
я перехожу уже к финалу.
I just come closer to the closure of my presentation. Last year, the Polyglot Prize Enlightener well included this book in the list. It hasn't yet gained a Grand Prix, but it's some kind of an ideal or benchmark edition. And that is an ideal sample of the mathematical enlightenment, and it shows the statistics and how statistics are getting us closer to the reality. And these are 4 income groups here, and it is tied up to the education, to the marriage of women, and how income is tied up to the inclination of people to spend money for leisure and entertainment. And we have some kind of a maths tools here as to how to use the knowledge and society as an object for study and presentation of results in the mathematical context. And here comes my last slide. And jointly with our co-moderator of this panel, Mr. Knop, we took part in the synthesis of some types of knowledge. just a variety of knowledge. Back in the 19th century, maths was a foundation for the natural science, and it aligned the knowledge to set up a general platform to have a view onto the nature. Nowadays, maths is a general platform to view the world as a whole. It wasn't a part of Просветитель prize, but Polytech supported this publication, and it has quite a number of funny stories and some cool pictures and illustrations as how Alice goes down onto the bottom of the well in order to get to the country of science. And this particular picture may illustrate one of the books of Arnold. Arnold never seen this book, and I didn't pay attention onto the plot of Arnold, the book. Nevertheless, we see this picture, and I do hope that in the future and in the upcoming years, the prize Просветитель is going to work well, and the books dedicated to maths will be put onto the list for that prize to be won. And these people will be very much interested in that publications and mathematical interpretations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Костя?
Kostya, I was asked to clarify now whether the translators are coping with their task. There are no answers. It looks like they're coping. Brilliant. The floor is yours.
Très bien, bah, écoutez, merci beaucoup. Donc,
Okay, thank you.
on va se tourner vers une autre aventure, donc présentée par Ouria
Let's get
C'est une
to
association qui s'appelle les
another story.
et qui travaille essentiellement dans
We are going to discuss the wonderful stories about France. I have a colleague from Toulouse. Are you here with us, Oriya? Oriya, can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. I'm going to download my presentation. Okay. Everyone sees it? Yes, good.
Et les activités de l'association Les Maths en Scène. Donc, je suis Ouria La France, présidente.
I would like to say a few words about our organization, Les Maths en Scène.
Qui existe depuis 2016 et qui fédère des
This association was founded back in 2016.
enseignants du premier et second degré et aussi des artistes. Et nous avons différents
And it has the researchers on maths, the teachers of high schools, and also representatives of the art. I'm going to dwell upon the festival our association is organizing. And every year we do organize the festival in March, dedicated to the week of maths, proposed by the Ministry of Social Education. Already we had festivals of that sort organized in the past, maths and the language and other ones. We got the prize of D'Alembert and back in 2020. This festival covers the schools and general public, and the seminars are organized by experts, mathematicians, and representatives of other sciences. They call it workshops or seminars dedicated to the mathematical concepts. And we have the artificial intelligence plus maths And we get together with various scientists and doctors and with school children, those involved in those studies. And it takes about half of the day. 5 workshops may encompass, and everyone participates in all those processes, and they may try to get in touch with these concepts at the level of doctors and scientists. It's an interactive festival. Prior to COVID, it was organized in the large hall, but now we have to be adjusted to the new situation, and nowadays we have to visit schools. And in the evening, we organize special performances for the audience. And this year, we organize it online, and we create some cards of that sort dedicated to each workshop. Everyone willing to take part in that workshop may leave an application via this card of ours, and they may be found at the site of our association. In the evening, we organize parties and performances for the general public, and each time we dedicated it to maths, we may have some kind of défilé, clowns performance, but all associated with mathematics. We have quite a number of performances of that sort. Maria C dwells upon some mathematical fairy tales. Every year she comes to tell a fairy tale. This year, we rallied around quite an audience of school children. We somehow reviewed and reassessed our festivals, and part of them were organized online. And we organized it in the form of a conference, having special speeches and performances, and boys and girls opened up maths from some kind of a new angle. And we organized some other events for them, so that we tied up to maths. That is how we organize our events. We have partners supporting us, supporting our initiatives, and let me show you another slide of ours. Geometry. And so that we are linked with the art, with the works of art. We like to draw something, we use the paper, and we call upon everybody to take part in this particular exercise, using some skills in the field of art in order to create some mathematical product. And thus we ally the efforts of the people of art and mathematicians and scientists. And thus we offer everybody's attention our joint product. And you see there are quite a number of disciplines encompassed, that's graphics, astronomy, and everyone, every school child is involved in that research work, and they check whether they may find some kind of an interesting and appealing idea in the field of music or art linked with the maths. And thus it could be fashion, animated cartoons, or things related. And jointly with their teachers and representatives of the people of art, they can work together and show how to align art and maths. They explain their product their notions, their concepts, the essence of that particular exercise, what was new to them in terms of maths. This is a book they've shown, and many works of art were created like that. You may see it on the slide. We see choreography here and other works of art. We also have knitting items. And we actually worked with someone who knows how to cut wood. And why don't we do something similar at the European context? So we decided to enhance this particular initiative and extrapolate it onto the European context. And we created some panel banners about the art and the maths. And also we organized virtual exhibition. We work with Erasmus project in this particular field, and I guess it will work well. And I would like to show you another instrument. That is sakamati. That's kind of a mathematical bag or sack, which contains a book on maths. It could be a book for juniors and actually for all the ages, and some kind of a game with some mathematical background. And it could be some digital component as well included into that sack. Some cards I think here. We managed to disseminate 150 little sacks of that sort, and it could be found in the library. It could be given to the teachers, and every student may take such a mathematical sack for a week, as they do in the library. They have to fill up the card that they actually worked with that books here, and they should show what was substantial and interesting and useful for them. And we have some kind of riddles and some names of the work of art or movie are encrypted there, and you have to decipher it. And that was a special Christmas calendar provided this way. Thank you so much for your kind attention. If you have any questions, you are welcome. And in the chat, I may give you a link. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you, Oriya. Thank you that you kept the time limit. As of today, how many people do you have in this association? We have 80 people altogether, the members of the association, but if we take into account all our partners, the artists, the painters, performers, and they contemplate and implement various projects. But back in 2016, we started from the 4 people. Nowadays, we have 80. Okay, sounds good. I do hope that this adventure may be exported to Russia or other countries from France. Are there any other questions? Okay. You may put any question. You can put them in the chat. If there are no further questions, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. In Konstantin. Yes. I'm going to present another person from the Russian side. That's Nikolai Andreev. He represents the lab on the popularization of math in the Institute of Mathematics, the city of Moscow. And we did manage to have here with us the people from the journal Quantum. And I asked Nikolai to say a few words about that. Nikolai Nikolaevich, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Yes, wonderful. It's my honor and privilege to greet you all here, straight from the Lab for Popularization and Propaganda of Maths of the Mathematical Institute named after Sokolov, Russian Academy of Science. And indeed, we are the lab and placed right in the premises of the Institute, and at the background, we have the study room of Chebyshev, and I'm going to dwell about this project later. And this, the lab created in the Central Institute is really substantial, as we may derive certain ideas and concepts straight from the lab. And I'm going to show you this Quantum journal, and this is the Jubilee edition. And firstly, it was published in 2020, and Quantum celebrated its 50th anniversary. And I have the entire archive, the site for that particular journal, and the site will be somehow updated and next year, and you may take part in translations, and it will be very highly appreciated. And some articles are really absolutely precious. And over the past 10 years, the most noteworthy event for popularization of maths have become the Quantic Journal, organized by Sergei Dobichenko and his team. And that's a monthly edition, very well illustrated, having the articles about maths, physics, biology, linguistics, and it testifies to the fact that once our children get this journal, they just stand still right in the street and start reading and studying it. Quantic follows the tradition of the original Journal of Quantum, and each particular publication has some assignments and some manuscripts, and children, by the way, send their versions themselves, and people, the best of them are selected, and their names are published in the journal by the end of the year. Now let's get back to another project of our lab.
Our main project of our laboratory, we started it nearly 20 years ago, the project of the mathematical movies and mathematical etude. We have a French version here, but it's much less than a Russian version because we still have some difficulties with translation. But maybe somebody will be involved into this translation work. We will only welcome it. I will just describe it shortly. The main section, these are some stories about the survey, geodesics, and Pythagoras theorem. About the rainbow, how the Sukhovsky Tower has been construction, hyperboloid structure, so forth. These movies are designed to get somebody interested. And I will now digress because we have on the shelf many mock-ups, many models that we developed with two targets: to promote the mathematics and also to teach on mathematics. And I will present you two of these models now.
Ну, такие совсем школьные модельки, да, которые
This is meant for school children. They might be useful for each school, like how to calculate the area of trapeze. The theorem says about the equal angles, and it will allow you to calculate the square area. For example, the area of a circle. I have a circle here, and I will transform it in this way into rectangle, nearly rectangle. You have the radius here and the half of the circumference, and what you get is a square. You can also talk about other definitions. There are another models that are designed to promote the mathematical science, a classical one, hyperbola, and it will rotate. And maybe I will demonstrate you one more design. Maybe many of you has been faced with it. I will just be back right now.
У вас железная дорога.
Коля, закрой. But maybe we should stop sharing the screen and make the full screen of the demonstration. Yes, railway.
Я сделал cancel, нет?
Да, все хорошо сейчас.
It's fine now.
Собственно говоря, я вот...
Actually, these are such mathematical models. You can transform them. It's a railroad, but this is a problem that the external radius is more than internal radius. So you have more for external wheel than for internal one. You have no differential, and this will be a problem with the wheel in this case because of this radius problem. And you need to make the cone wheels, another shape of wheels, and they will just pass through. Maybe I will try to demonstrate it from above, what is going on here. The cone set of wheel will be displaced, and it will pass this curve. Now I will come back to my presentation. If you want to see it in more detailed, you can find it on our platform. There are some movies also about the pair. So far, we don't have a to make the videos about all these models. There are so many of them behind me. And so we have a section, the models. We just create a digital encyclopedia of what we can present. It's useful also for scientific museums, because often in the general scientific museums, we talk about mathematical models. Often they have their own description. One more example, conic cross section. Just simple primitive model on classic topic. You can just make it yourself with your own hands. One more example. Again, sometimes the models will expand some curriculum subject, math, parabolic billiard. We have this structure in our laboratory, and you can see the both adults and the children have great pleasure playing, and they stay for a long time close to this billiard. One more digital issue that we have on our platform, our website. For iPad, we have different programs and software for the iPads, and also for iPhones. For example, there's calculated in your mind. We have some interactive pre-revolutionary book. We just digitized it. This is a set of the goals, 1001 task for the calculation. It was designed for, it was digitized for iPhone and iPad. More than 1 million people have downloaded it. Now it's in the top. So you can see it's also essential. This is a very important tool, how you can give some information. Maybe Konstantin will tell the story about your own lesson. Konstantin is also presenting one more company who designs nice software and programs. One more story about one more project that has united many Russian mathematicians. This is another book with the title Mathematical Component. The authors of this book are mathematicians. More than 30 of them have worked on this book. For example, Stanislav Smirnov, we also have him here at this forum, the members of Russian Academy of Science. We have short stories here, just for 2 pages each, about the math that is surrounding us in our everyday life. This is one of the methods to make the school children interested. Why should they need these formulas, these parabolas in his or her life? For example, parabolic aerial. Everybody knows about it. Maybe not all school children, but for example, the optical property ellipse. You can apply them into the medicine. This story about this pair of wheels, again, this book is also available on our website. If you want, you can use Google Translate and translate some extracts that might be interesting for you. For example, to illustrate pizza, you just bend it because you cannot change the bending, kind of bending. You cannot just turn some flat surface into the saddle, but the chips, that normal chips, have the form of hyperbolic. And you can make the following test. You can just cut small slot and put the chip and try not to crush it. There are so different topics in this book. For example, in the red section, you have the book publications by our authors, for example, by Yuri Matrysevich about the arithmetics, rapid arithmetics, about the multiplication by Karatsugi. There are also other publications by Stanislav Smirnov and Andrei Akunikov. There are so many different authors. If you like, you can just visit our website. I will share with you our website now. I can demonstrate it, how you can find our website.
Собственно говоря,
Actually,
вот здесь, ну вот, обычные HTML-страницы, вы сможете и посмотреть, и перевести на французский.
You can just check different pages and translate it into French. It's accessible for everybody, available. We have several more projects, for example, Mechanism by Chebyshev. I have already mentioned it because this year we will celebrate 200 years from his birth, Pafnuty Chebyshev. We have also other projects, but again, to get some information from the first hand. You will be lucky if you get information from the first hand. And we try to be the facilitators, the bridge between the mathematical world and the society. And we try to transmit the ideas that are being discussed in our institute. I think I don't have any time left. I think Konstantin will not give any comments. There are also wonderful geometry software. They are designed in St. Petersburg, XLydia and XYZ. I can only recommend them for everybody.
Ну, могу показать ее живьем.
I can also show it in live. because I have it here. I have forgotten something about this book. After these 2 pages of some fascinating stuff, you have another page that would bring you to the comments. And there are so many mathematical details. They are still clear, but it's more about the math that you can discuss with your children. Last but not least, we mentioned this word already. We use it with ellipse and parabole. But what does it mean in Latin language?
Что знать? Понятно, очаг.
It's a herd.
Отлично, да. И вот здесь вот как раз к оптическому свойству там вот.
Optical property of this curves of the second order, it will all suit.
Не все наши школьники.
But not. But we still have not covered the whole Russia and the whole all Russian school children. Not everybody knows how to translate what does the word focus mean. But on the website you can see our statistic about our promotional educational activities that we try to cover the whole Russia with our initiatives.
Alors, donc merci beaucoup pour tout ça.
Thank you for this presentation. We have so many participants in our chat window, and they underscore that your models and your videos are so interesting. But about the subjects, can you find these models somewhere? This your pieces of work, what you illustrated just now.
Мы только разрабатываем, и это
We have just developed them.
Пока мечта, чтобы.
So far, it's only a dream for these models to make them available. But I can demonstrate you one more model because I've got one idea. For Russian participants, and maybe they have already seen it. But first, I will demonstrate it. After that, I will explain. The idea, we found it in by Google Stengaus mathematical kaleidoscope. These are 5
резиночку через один уголочек, один сверху, один снизу.
Figures, and now I will put a ribbon on them. Should I drop it? I will have this dedicator. These are the colors of our Congress that we will hold in St. Petersburg. But why I'm already demonstrating it now? We collect some ideas for the models on our website. You can do it with your own hands. You just need 2 layers of cardboard. And maybe if you help your school child,
Он очень много узнает.
Your child will learn a lot. On our in our contact profile, we announced one competition because so far we don't have such much money, so we use the social network Vkontakte. Should one child give the mathematical model and give it as a present to his or her school, then this child will get our book, Mathematics Component, as a present, and the school will accumulate its models in this way.
Уже
visual models.
На уровень 2 книжки в неделю мы
Last year, we have been sending 2 books a week, thanks to this competition. Mostly it's across Russia. Are there any conditions or license to use what you do? Is there any association? If should somebody use your products, do you have a license? We will only welcome any application of our products, but again, about Pythagoras theorem. Again, why not? It should not be so formal and dry. They're divided in 5 parts, and you need to reproduce to put them into the square without any gaps, to show this square that it will be all the same. But of course, we fitted the size, dimension. What about the license? Because this is a proof. It's based on the theorem of Maria Guerin, also that have been known since many hundred years. So there can be no license. We just introduce some ideas to the folks, so you can use it.
Cet objet.
But how can one buy it? This product you have just demonstrated, is it available somebody? Because I cannot design it myself. I'm not a manufacturer. How can I buy a ready product?
Лично вам мы пошлем, если...
So you personally will give a parcel from us talking about you.
Non, mais la question, c'est une question que posent les gens dans le chat. Les gens sont enseignants et
people ask questions in our chat window. Our teachers and other people from our audience who would like to buy this product. They want to know if they're available. Can they buy them just now? My answer is we are not the producers. We don't produce it for sales because we don't have such facilities. One of our ideas that we have this section on our website, this section models, to demonstrate how to do it yourself, because we are a research organization. We don't have any money for any production. Should France be ready to support us, then we can just provide your French schools with many ideas. Россотрудничество Association might be helpful here. All right. One more question. How many persons do you have? How many workers do you have who can produce this model?
В лаборатории 4 научных сотрудника.
We have, talking about the products, we have one person who manufactures them, who the developer. They have the models made of red wood, and of course they are expensive. Should we have the order for any of each schools, you should do them from plastic, because it's also hygiene and doesn't depend on humidity. So the production and the manufacture of different products might be different. Talking about the whole, we have Roman Gatsarov. He is a designer, and he is our software engineer for all our websites. Mikhail Kolichenko, another member, he is responsible for the 3D movies. The idea of our project is that we have a team that contains both mathematicians, IT specialists, and also the developers. They are aligned, they understand each other, so we have nice things made.
Super. Ben, merci beaucoup pour cette présentation. C'est vraiment très chouette et très
intéressant. For all the presentations. But we're going to get together in the evening.
Certainement.
Spasibo.
Donc, avant ce soir, on va passer la parole à notre prochain
Yes. Now we will give the floor to the next speaker. That is Olivier Drouet, mathematician, the one who works in Lyon, and he is going to present to the House of Maths and Informatics in Lyon. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you, Orlen. I'm so glad to be here and to be a part of this forum. And we present to the House of Maths and Informatics in Lyon, and I would like to share my screen with you, if it's okay.
Qu'est-ce qu'il veut là?
Ouais. Donc, j'essaye de partager mon écran, mais ça arrive.
Let me demonstrate the screen, though it takes some time.
Ah bon, non, j'y arriverai pas. Bon, bah tant pis, il n'y aura pas de partage d'écran. Donc, je vais vous présenter la maison des mathématiques et de l'informatique. Donc, qui est une maison, c'est un
Okay, we can do without it. So this is a venue where everyone may come, and even school children and the students. And it was created back in 2012. And every year we have people here organizing, we organize exhibitions for them to attend. The House of Maths and Informatics emerged due to the long-term traditions of the researchers of the Lyon labs. In 2010-2012, we decided to create a platform to organize it in such a way that to concentrate it in one place. And our mission is to disseminate knowledge about maths and informatics. We have 200 classes. We host 200 classes and 200, lessons. And I mean the entire school from the first grade to the 11th one. And thus, we encompass about 10,000 people altogether, talking about the general public. And indeed, that is a wonderful venue for meeting. And our second mission is to create a federation. We do where we work together with various associations, corporations, and in Lyon and elsewhere. And we are really very much interested in working together, creating a specific ecosystem. And originally, we get in touch with similar centers of maths and institutions. And one of our missions is to create a federation. We organize quite a number of seminars for the general public. And once a year, we organize exhibitions jointly with Palten Institute. And already we organized 12 exhibitions of that sort. And during the pandemic, we had to halt this activity for some time. And another mission of ours is to train the teachers and students within the framework of the continuous learning. And also we are thinking of some internships for the trainers. We also train the juniors and also seniors who further on go on to the internship. And we are very much interested in the federation to be organized and cooperation with the similar centers. And we disseminate knowledge on a free of charge basis, thus involving trainers of a certain level. Every year we have a new topic to discuss, like Magi and mathematics. Then we have some case studies, some video games to offer, and computer games. And every day, school children may stay with us, be a part of the workshop or an exhibition. And the plots of that exhibitions and discussions are different. And people come even on the weekends or during vacations. And we also are open for the general public, those visiting our tours and those interested in playing various games. Or we have some kind of the approaches to concepts or ideas in the form of the game. And thus we resolve certain assignments and tasks of ours, and we organize probation, internships on the IT and programming. Marie-Lucie was mentioned there. She works with us, and she's a great narrator. And she talks about math starting from the years from the 3-year-olds, and she's telling her fairy tales about mathematics. It could be a group up to 15 people, and part of this audience is children, school children. By the way, 1/3 of our attendees come from somehow poor areas, marginal areas with very low reputation, but 2/3 visit our exhibitions on a regular basis, and we organize also games for them. 800 people visit our Ludo Tech. That's the video tech, special game video tech. These are some approximate numbers. And also, I would like to give you another case study. As I've mentioned already, the House of Maths is guided by the instructors and the trainers of maths. We also work with animators, with the teachers, and they are all involved in the activities implementation. And we have teams, animators, and teachers cannot work with us on a permanent basis or with the audience. Nevertheless, we get in touch with public all the time. This year, our exhibition is dedicated to the artificial intelligence. We have 120 square meters for the exhibition area, and thus we may manipulate and play and show and visualize maths in a special format of a game, so that you may get some experiments, you may touch certain things, and that is not an exhibition to really see something, attend something, and that's it. You may touch, you may play, you may experiment with maths and physics. So we show what artificial intelligence is all about and how it may be extrapolated on the actual reality. And also show some other tricks and offering some games with special matches. And if you are the last one to do it, you are the winner. And some kind of a physical machine may be developed, thus enabling you to be involved in that game process. We organize quite a number of workshops, and specifically for secondary schools, in order to be helpful in terms of maths and other topics. And we are experimenting, we are acting, and also we organize some seminars without computers dedicated to informatics. That is our strong point. It looks quite unexpected and unusual, and we show various algorithms without computers. We demonstrated at some physical objects. And actually, we're supposed to have a large-scale program how to play chess, but we may explain some kinds of statistics, scholastics, and how to work and act using digits, using neurons, using networks, etc. That's what we do, what we are involved in, and we are showing these particular subjects from another angle. And I'm kind of finishing, and I'm open to your questions. And you may visit our website to find some itemized information on what we do. I rounded up and I didn't exceed the time limit. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And it is kind of a parallel thing with what we have in France and what Nikolai told us about. To what extent your public institutions are supporting you? Are you sustainable in your efforts? And it's interesting to understand whether the situation in Russia and in France are more or less the same. So who supports you? Who will answer this question first?
Maybe one moment. Поддерживает кто? Научные сотрудники все поддерживают.
Well, everyone supports it. The people representing science and technology and the community are all in favor.
Tout à l'heure, vous nous avez dit que vous aviez un ébéniste.
You talked about people who are the woodcutters and other craftsmen, and the money should be paid for that. What about the institute? Do you materially support them, or it's just a regular work and they do it out of inspiration? Yes, they are supported, but it hasn't been always like that. Nevertheless, in Russia, we have mathematical centers, and one of them is placed in the premises of our institute, and we do support some experiments, but they haven't yet been extrapolated onto the industrial scale or large-scale production.
Et ensuite, je vais poser la même question à Olivier, mais une question qui est liée et qui est posée dans le
And
chat.
I should ask
Les chercheurs,
Olivier, and there was a question from the chat. What about the researchers?
Cette activité supplémentaire
How do they popularize and promote information about maths? Do universities and institutes support those initiatives of their scientists and trainers so that to bring it to the level of the general public?
Est-ce que la question est bien arrivée? Nikolai, vous m'avez entendu? Nikolai, j'aimerais comprendre.
Nikolai, could you answer this question? I just wanted to put this question to you. To what extent the experts and researchers get the material support And what about institutes and universities? Do they support them? Yes, my answer is the following. We have the book with the list of authors, and we have Nobel Prize winners and fields and academicians, and it is a self-explanatory list of people to be involved. Olivier, what about the situation in France? As to the funding, we are lucky to have in Lyon a special lab which provides some financial support to us, and they get the support from the universities. But of course, funding is limited. And in 2024, we will no longer have this funding to be provided. And each time we have to think it over as to where to get the funding from, maybe from enterprises or from other universities. But we do hope that this funding will be provided. We already have the official support, and we'd like to work further and be sustainable, and they will probably finance us in the future. As to the popularization and the propaganda, when scientists are involved in that particular process, 20 years ago, I should say that they were not supported 20 years ago. 10 years ago, they were partially supported. But now I'd like to mention that indeed, nobody interferes, but could it be like a bonus or material support in full? That's a big question mark I should put onto that issue. Are there any questions to come in the chat? Could we put the same question?
Donc ça nous permet de glisser sur le lien avec l'éducation.
And Olivier mentioned that in the House of Maths, you train the trainers, and how does it affect the entire structure of education? And what is the connection between the national education system and standalone educational projects, or they are absolutely isolated?
Exactly.
Donc,
I may say a few words about Lyon.
sur la région
I'm
lyonnaise.
not going to dwell upon the national level.
Nous, on a des
In France, I'm going to tell about our region, that is of Lyon. We have very good connections with the centers of the national education. They do recognize and acknowledge as to what we're doing, that it's substantial for the trainers and trainees, and they fully support it. And indeed, we are in great need of such centers where teachers may have another understanding of maths and IT and informatics and deal with it in a somewhat different way. I have a question, if you allow me to. To what extent the profession of a teacher of maths is a prestigious one in the school or in the universities? Are people willing to do their job or not?
Moi, je peux faire une petite réponse. J'ai l'impression qu'il y a de moins.
Yes, just shortly. I think there are less and less young people who want to be a teacher of math in the school and in senior school, general school. I see it in our application process. We have less and less candidates last 10 years. We can say that this profession attracts less and less people and candidates last year for many reasons. We will not dwell on them now. But yes, of course, this is not a dream profession of young people. What about situation in Russia?
Une question. Est-ce qu'il faut
I have some comments in chat window. What about Russia? Do we work on the continuous educational questions, the further education retraining for teachers? Are there any mechanism in place to support the teachers of the math to adapt to a new curriculum, for example? Yes, we will address the question to our host, Ms. Natalia Pochodnia. Could you hear us now? Please drop in. So, by no means, in Moscow we have the support measures. We also have the head of magistrate programs, and Konstantin said we have the similar situation. But you know, for the 5th year in a row in the higher school education, we organize training programs for teachers of BA, MA. MA is supposed for 2 years, and we have even more candidates this year for MA program. We had 5 persons for one place in this program. So the state asked us to increase the number of candidates and students. Maybe this is because of our title, the High School of Moscow, and this is only one Moscow region. We do so much here for the math teachers and for the math. Maybe it's a different picture in other regions. We'll discuss it later on another day because we have the representatives of other regions, but in Moscow it's slightly changing for the best. On October 13th, we will talk in our conference on Moscow projects. For example, mathematics vertical. Mr. Yashenko, who has been the speaker today, will present this project. And within this project, we make a great work on the training of teachers and on the promotion of such profession, math teacher for the senior school children.
Est-ce qu'on pourrait poser une question analogue par rapport à ce qui se passe à l'école primaire?
And I ask a question about the young grades, juniors, because in France, mostly our teachers for first grades have got some humanitarian education. Most of them, like 70 or 80% of this teacher for the junior grades, mostly are the humanitarians, and they have got the humanitarian. I think is one of the problems for our schools. As far as I understand it, our just first grades means they have a separate profession. They train these teachers for these young grades. They have different subjects where they take into consideration the psychology of such young children. We have such specialized faculties and specialized professions tailored to these young grades. But what was the question about? What did you want to know? The question was that in France, the educational system is provides mostly for some humanitarian professionals. But to make it short, we have a different situation with the training of our math teachers.
Ну что, если
So I think we are nearing the end. We can just finish because we don't have any more questions. We don't have any more presenters or speakers, and we need a break, coffee break.
Mhm.
7:30. So then we will now have a coffee break. I offer, because we are now done with the opening ceremony, we need to celebrate it somehow. And in 7:30 Moscow time, we'll continue with our session, because this year we have two landmark events, and our forum is dedicated to these landmarks. 9:30 Moscow time, we will continue with our session. You can just stay here. We will not stop our session. Just come back at 9:30 Moscow time. Ну, можно, например, в Сочи, кому-нибудь тяжело, или там мы постоим, познакомимся, пообщаемся. Потому что сложные проблемы с переводами это всегда научились. Держали дистанцию 1,5 метра. Сейчас, ну, все пойдем немножко.
Merci beaucoup aux traductrices. Est-ce que vous pourriez traduire les choses qu'il y a dans le chat, s'il vous plaît? Parce que je ne sais pas, il y a des grands pavés que... Если во французский какие-то... Enfin, je ne comprends pas assez le russe pour pouvoir le lire.
Когда включено видео, я думаю, это не специально. Сейчас. Вам задал вопрос, и вопрос. Просто
Здравствуйте, коллеги.
Hello, dear colleagues. Let's continue our work. This year we have two important events, 110 years since the birth of Mstislav Keldysh and 200 years since the birth of Pafnuty Chebyshev. There are two great Russian mathematicians, you can say this right, as they did a lot for the math itself and also for the organization of the mathematical research, for the promotion of the math as a science. And also they made a lot for the promotion of the math as a whole. I give the floor to Alexander Aktyakaryev. He will tell us about Mstislav Keldysh. Alexander is the director of the Institute of Applied Mathematics in the name of Mstislav Keldysh. He is the head of the institute that keeps the traditions that once were developed by Mstislav Keldysh and brought into this institute and contributed to the development of our science. Alexander, you have the floor. Thank you for this possibility that you gave me the floor in front of such representative audience and forum. Yes, indeed, this year our country is celebrating two landmark jubilees. Each mathematician, both Chebyshev and Keldysh, are symbols for their ages. Keldysh is the leading mathematician of the 20th century in Russia, in the Soviet Union. And Pafnuty Chebyshev was a person who represented the Russian math of the 19th century. I would like to start my presentation with a short movie. Now I will demonstrate it. About our institute in the name of Keldysh. I will try to share it. Will it work? Great. This is this video.
Что, запускается ролик? Потому что мы видим только папочку.
Тогда извините, все, я выключаю.
Sorry, I will just switch it off. I understand it. Because I can video, but sorry.
К сожалению, вот...
Вы, может, расшарили просто другой экран.
Maybe you just shared the wrong screen, because you need to share this video, not the screen. After you, once you started it, you should share it. Okay, let's try. But so now I cannot do anything at all. Or? I think it's not so important because I have a presentation anyway. Unfortunately, our video would not open, but I still have the presentation. I don't expect any difficulties with sharing my presentation. So to share the slides. Again, you shared the wrong thing. You shared the folder, not the presentation. Now I understand. But for now, I can do it in a different way. So I can start it now. Can you see it now? Yes, yeah. Sorry for that, for some technical failures, but it just happens. I will tell you about the landmarks in the life and work of Mstislav Silvich Keldysh. Mstislav Keldysh born in the city of Riga, and in Riga you can see a monument to him in one of the nice squares of Riga parks. 1915, his family, once the World War has started, they moved. And mostly they lived in Moscow. For a while, they left for the town of Ivano, but starting with 1923, Keldysh has lived in Moscow all the time. Next period, 1927-31, he studied in the Moscow State University because he was born in a family of a construction and military people, and his father was also a military engineer, and so the son wanted to go after his father. He was still young when he finished the school, and he would not be admitted to the engineering university, so he was entered to the Moscow State University. After that, after the graduation from university, he worked in the Central Aerodynamic Institute, where the first Soviet airplanes have been designed. In 1931, he has become the member of the Academy of Science, so it was his first professional landmark. He entered the area of research and science. It was completed after the World War II has ended. The whole country has been faced with many technical issues and tasks. And then he was elected to be a member of the Russian Academy of Science in the technical area. And then he was nominated of a department that worked on rocket engines. Since 1950, he was the scientific head of a big project that made the wing rockets. And in 1953, his place of work in the Department of the Applied Mathematics of the Moscow Institute. And this institute, the applied and computational mathematics of our country has been created. So he was one of the leaders of this work. At the same time, he worked very intensely on other issues, started from his institute time when he worked on rocket engines. Since that time, he also developed the rockets together with our famous rocket designer, general designer Korolev. But he worked not only on these rocket engines, he also worked together on some ballistic issues. How to work on these ballistic issues, how to reach the moon. They also invented some maneuvers that have been used, that how to fly across the moon and how to fly back. I will go into details a bit later. So this is what he has been doing when he worked in the Department of Applied Mathematics. In 1961, he has been elected the president of the Academy of Sciences, and he has been awarded different prizes. For example, 1956, 61, 71, he was awarded a medal Hero of the Soviet of the Socialist Worker Labor. Since 1971, he stopped to be the head of this academy. And this is another monument dedicated to him close to the Institute of Applied Mathematics. And he died in 1978 from the heart failure. When we mark some jubilees of Mstislav Keldysh, we always remember his contribution to the world civilization and the achievements of our nation. And often we divide his contribution as a scientist and a state person. But you cannot divide these areas. I will try to go into details. How did he start his scientific area? He started it with
the design of the first in-house equipment for airplanes. And nowadays, he might be called as the person involved in the digital approach, but at that point of time, he dealt with the conformity reflection, which was covered by the compressed gas, and he also solved the problem for the dynamic endurance and vibration flutter when the wing was fluctuating, and also the auto fluctuations of chassis. And for that particular inventions and problem resolution, he was awarded the Stalin's Prize in 1942-1946. And on a parallel basis, upon the graduation from the university, he started working in the Aero University, and also he has become a part of the Institute of Steklov. He defended his thesis, got the PhD there, and as of 1944, he went on working in SAGI, and in 46, he organized the work of VNI #1, that was the aviation component. And so being a post-graduate, he has been elaborating that particular subject on hydrodynamics, and he wrote his those popular work for the multi-component calculations in the nuclear physics and maths, and he was focused on hydrodynamics, and at that point of time he was in charge of the mechanical department, and in 46 he organized a specific mathematical bureau. He was fully in charge of all the assessment concerning those new technologies for rockets, for the first electronic machines, and he was the one to organize this process and giving the mathematical support. And I present some documents from the Keldysh Museum. That is a receipt from the order 1989. And the substance of this order is that the high-level mathematicians, Gelfand and Keldysh, were in charge of the applied math sector. And that happened in 1951. And back in 53, under the decree of the Council of Ministers, the math department was organized, and the academician Keldysh was at the head of it. And that was how his career has been shaping up. And he started from the applied maths, then theoretical research for the dynamics of flight, for the long-range missiles, and then he actually had another research to be provided in the field of aviation using the gas wave. He was a very, very talented and very profound mathematician and the organizer, wonderful organizer of various projects. And to bring my presentation to a successful conclusion, I would like to mention that he once made a presentation in front of the younger generation, young scientists, and he said that it's a real good thing to be a scientist. And I think that we can hardly compare the feeling of a person who managed to provide some scientific discovery. And he reminds me of Grieg. He went all along the field and heard like a simple peasant girl was singing a song, and he realized that this music has become a part of his soul. And that is the joy of the researcher, that who witnesses how his discovery transforms the life, and it brings us optimism. Mstislav Keldysh, thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. Okay, let's follow the presentation about the Pafnuty Chebyshev, and let me give the floor to Nikolai Andreev. He was the one to make a presentation at the previous sessions. Chebyshev was a great mathematician, and yes, we would like to follow the presentation of our colleague. I wanted to switch on the video first and foremost, but the host is blocked. I don't know why. And share screen is also blocked. Okay, that's it.
Пока мне видео не дают открыть.
So far, there's no video. Okay, we're going to launch it now.
Николай Николаевич.
Nikolai, are you ready? Or something goes wrong? I'm ready. I cannot do it as the host has stopped it. and it doesn't work. Zoom should allow to share video with you.
Да, я закончу.
Сейчас должно все нормально.
Все, так, хорошо. И шер-скрин тоже есть. Ну, давайте тогда начнем.
Okay, let's get started. As I mentioned already, at the background, you see the wardrobe of Mr. Chebyshev. Yes, we call him Chebyshev. He was born back in 1821. We celebrate his 20th 200th anniversary, and his brother put the date of his life, and it has the date 14th of May. And his disciples have an understanding that he was born on the 14th of May, but Trubnikov found his metrics, which said that it was the 24th of May and 16th of May, a new style. And we have a site, a mechanism of Chebyshev, and you may choose the language, including French, but in Russian, we have more information here. And there are some materials and milestones of his biography. It's interesting to follow how Liponov and Stiklov appreciated his contribution. And then it was a report of the extraordinary professor, St. Petersburg University, Chebyshev, to France. And he was very well acquainted with the director of SINAM, and many mechanisms of Chebyshev are placed in Paris. But to start from, as Alexander Ivanovich has finished his presentation, let me mention that when the theory is conjugated with practice, it brings about very beneficial results. And it is a win-win situation. And all the sciences are developed under the influence of those two factors. And let me just say that in the ancient times, gods place an assignment at the time of Fermat. There were semi-gods, but nowadays it's a need. And Chebyshev was very practically oriented, though he started from just pure mathematics. We talked about the quantum journal, and as of May this year, we have an article about Chebyshev. And if you have a look into what is written in Wikipedia, he was the specialist in the theory of numbers, the theory of probability, and theory of functions. So let me comment on that. And I'm not going to speak about this. I'm going to speak about the theory of numbers. Landau said it, that he was one to contribute a lot into that. Albert Sheriaev, in the fifth publication, wrote that Chebyshev has 3 periods for probabilistic theory. There was Yakov Bernoulli, the big numbers law, and then Chebyshev. He had to speak about the leading role of this theory. And he spoke about some finite essence of these numbers and some mathematical expectations. And Chebyshev presented the theory of probability, and Kolmogorov finalized it. That was how it worked. And the Russian scientists and Russian public will be interested in the article of Maxim Korolev and the numbers and the integrals, and you may look it through yourselves. And I would like to say what we have in quantum and to read you an article. And in the historical edition of the Academy of Science, there were 4 busts for the academicians installed: Lomonosov, Teller, Romletberg, and Pafnuty Chebyshev. And that's what Kozlov was writing about it. And Chebyshev was born not so far from Moscow, in the Kaluga province, and he got the home education, then became a student of the Moscow State University, and then relocated to St. Petersburg, and then he has become a professor of the St. Petersburg University. And Chebyshev very actively took part in various fields study, and nowadays we have his book on the activity in the Committee of the Ministry of Education.
About the activities of Chebyshev in the Historic Institute. We have a nice introduction here from our historian about the mass education, about the reforms of 80s, 60s of the 19th century when Chebyshev has been involved. It's also nice to read about the reform itself. In the end, we will find the comment. The reforms has covered the whole Russia, and the feedback of the teachers of the pedagogical councils has been collected. 6 huge volumes have been published upon that. This was the practice of that time. You can find these mathematical reviews and feedbacks in this book. Vasily has collected them. Chebyshev has also been the member of other committees, and he was a very diverse person. But he was also very proper and cool-blooded person, very precise person. The initial task, maybe I will succeed in sharing my video. The initial task that Chebyshev has faced was as follows. I will try to demonstrate it now. Chebyshev worked on this mechanism. We see a fragment of the watt machine. His task was to transform the circle movement into the straight movement. So the piston would not be inclined. And how could you use this mechanism with joints to achieve such straight movement? This was his task. So after that, he worked on different mechanisms. This is one more respective video from our website, mathematical videos. How do the screen wipers work? We all have seen that they are moving in different directions, but the motor is rotating in one direction, but there are also one joint mechanism that would transmit the movements and send them the signal to move into different directions. So we will talk about this joint mechanism now. And the website, the mechanism of Chebyshev will help me here. Chebyshev didn't manage this James Watt task completely, but he tried. And here he also developed the first stepping of working machine when he tried. Now we'll have a look on this machine. Could you see my screen? Yes. Look. It looks like, it's called like lambda because it's similar to this Greek letter lambda. And it will transmit the circular movement thanks to the piston, and this movement is nearly straight, not completely straight, but nearly straight. And for the sake of this mechanism, Chebyshev has also explored these multiple members of Chebyshev in the 5th grade, but it was the difference that was given to this phenomenon after. The movement takes half of this time, and Chebyshev also looked at this curve to design the trajectory of the move. If we also add one foot, the foot will move on the same trajectory, but it's difficult to jump using only one foot. Chebyshev adds the second foot, then adds 2 more mechanisms. There are 4 of them. They are identical, and just you need to combine to connect the mechanism and what we have to our layout. And the Chebyshev has been a professor of St. Petersburg University, and he had a big salary, and he spent his money on this mechanism. He has also manufactured this mechanism, and he brought this mechanism 1878 to the exhibition in Paris. Now you can see how this mechanism moved. Maybe there are some disturbances in the video, but you still could see how it worked. Maybe I will stop sharing the screen, and I can see what's there behind on the top shelf. This mechanism, this very mechanism. We still have this in the Polytechnic Museum of the city of Moscow, and this is the exact copy that we keep. We can also move it, but I will demonstrate it by means of another mechanism. This is the stool designed by Chebyshev. The idea is similar. You have a joint, and it's moving nearly in a straight line. From the mechanical point of view, the deviation is minor. We have here these multiple members of Chebyshev. So you can produce such mechanism when the stool will move nearly parallel to the floor. Now we know how to straighten the circular movement, how to transmit it to a straight line. For example, I will not share the video now. I will just show you the design. This is a circular movement, and you transmit it again by means of the joint mechanism. This is an assortment machine. You call this mechanism a sorter or assortment machine now. Chebyshev also learned how to bring the whole curve closer. This is the whole curve, and you will approximate it. And this is the close straight line. This mechanism was the best that was made by Chebyshev. There are also other mechanisms made by Chebyshev, for example, such. You can see it all on our website. Where can you find it? There are so many mechanisms on the website of the Polytechnic Museum of the city of Moscow, but there are also another history museum of the city of St. Petersburg. You can partly find them there, but also a National another museum in France. There are also so many mechanisms that stay there. And once they are granted us access, so we could place to our website the exact copies of this mechanism. And to finish my story about Pafnuty Lvovich, one more example how he served mathematical science. From one side,
С другой стороны,
this
вот
is
чувство,
pure science, but from the other side, he had the whole life the feeling that he also had a passion for mechanics, for different mechanisms,
были продиктованы
and many goals have been set him by some practical challenge.
зарабатывания
For
денег.
example, he also earned money on that. Besides his salary as professor, it's also a practical goal, and he could provide a solution for this, how to earn money. And he also created the first Russian mathematical school in the city of St. Petersburg. We already said a lot about Louis Vuitton and other mathematicians, and Chebyshev was the founder of the St. Petersburg Mathematical School.
В русском есть
Actually,
сборник.
you can find the book in French language, the book that contains his works at the beginning of 20th century. His pupils
Вы можете его
also translated into French, but it's one nice story.
Статью некую про вот всех Чебышев, с которых начались.
Justine published an article about Chebyshev, and I have a feeling that there were some pictures never published anywhere. And Chebyshev found some pictures, and he drew these pictures himself. And it was some kind of a joint activity of France and Russia. And even in 2021, it was something new discovered in the creative work of a classics of mathematics. Thank you so much for your kind attention. I'm not going to take too much of your time. If there are any questions, you are welcome. Thank you. Are there any questions to the speaker? I think we are concluding our forum at an optimistic note, and we reviewed the activity of two outstanding mathematicians, and their inventions and discoveries were made proceeding from the practical need, and they both were very much pleased and satisfied to get to have these achievements, and they gave another contribution to the mathematical development. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to seeing you on the 8th and the 13th at the meetings of the sections, roundtable discussions, workshops, and the link is the same. So do not hesitate and be with us. Hold on, and good luck.